Hello everyone. 1 2 3 1 2 3 checking the connection. Right. And hereby we state that everything is in order. Good day to you, people. And just a moment. It's been a while, but we are officially back at it, trying to play a few rounds before life demands our presence at different locations. Right away I can tell that it's been a few days since Silicon Dave has followed us. Highly unlikely that they would be around at this hour, but if there are any Silicon Daves around, then this is your moment to shine. Thank you for being part of the experience that we are producing here. Same goes to all the other people around there that don't necessarily feel like they would be too much, or at least 100% Silicon Daves. It's good to have you around as well. Our agenda for the next hour or two is to play the ordinary ladder, even though there's this Red Bull tournament approaching and 4 top players there. I'll show you. This is very interesting and important news. So there's this Red Bull Vululu tournament, 5th or 6th or something installment, taking place by the end of the summer, hopefully. Well, in the latter half of the year in any case, and now there is this couple of months of window for people, any people like you and me, to participate in this 1 versus 1 RBW ladder that has been ongoing for a few days now, and the top 4 shall be invited to the tournament. So that's why there are probably quite a few people playing Empire Wars than in the last, like even comparing to the situation as it was a month ago perhaps. So I presume I'm also going to give that a try later on, but today is not today, since we are not in a hurry, but we are trying to focus on the easy things that we learn about or have already learned about, and trying to wrap our minds around Empire Wars, even if we have seen a few games. At least I have seen a few games played on tournament level. Is not something that we are trying to do right off the bat. Let's see. Of course, if there are no people playing this ordinary game mode, then we will have to change our plans. Alright, well, we got an arena game, and this is good news, because we have so far lost 15 or so arena games, and we are slowly trying to build a toolkit to overcome that nasty looking statistic. One of them is utilizing archers against fast imp Turks, if we have no other means to do that. What else? Nothing else. Let's go. So Berbers against Britons. So it's not probably going to be archers this time, and at least not fast imp ones. Well, it feels odd to be playing after a week or so of not doing that. But luckily in a good way. So just have to remember what was it that I was supposed to do. Right. So one of the things we have learned has been that people usually scout with their push their deer with their scouts, so we should have a chance to roam freely around at least the nearby premises of the map with our slow moving sheep. No. And if that is the case, then we are trying to do our best to utilize that. Okay, now this time let's do that. To utilize that peaceful moment to get some information that we wouldn't otherwise necessarily get. It has to be a clever mind play, since people will be looking at the score and thinking that we know something or that we don't know something, perhaps. Well, talking about clever mind games, well, it's also very important to try to keep enough herdables under your TC so that you can utilize the endless stream of food that might otherwise go missing, like it just happened to us, if you watched really carefully. So we may have been too excited with the scouting thing on that regard. Yeah, also still lacking the boars. Oopsie, but we are trying to fine-tune this build to suit our needs, as you can tell. So now we can get the sheep and perhaps an extra villager. Oh yeah, should work. So our deer pushing didn't commence as fast as it could have, and now we also forgot to utilize this TC jumping thing, but alright. Let's see now, more herders, a few extra extra people for the berries. So this is about the first 5 or 6 minutes is more or less the time window that someone has to like this and that someone has to scout freely with the sheep, for example, as we tried to do. We don't have any. Well, we do have some back. Let's take another look at that. Dun. We don't have too much of this back base. Yes, I haven't also been talking too much for the last week, as you may be able to tell. If you have been watching how hard this is. Now what we could try to do is to create a few spearmen, which is not the meta thing to do necessarily, and see if there's something, if there's a chance to get rid of their scout, since that's going to be the most likely way of gaining information, and that's something that we don't want. Also take that. A little idle time, but there's nothing we could have done to prevent that from happening. Now usually it's more advisable to use the resources that one has near the or inside the perimeters of the walls. Alright, houses, yes. Okay, so let's create loom just in case. Few spearmen, and there they are. And then perhaps we will also want to get some stone. And soon enough we should also be able to check how the farm placement update works. So what have we here? Nothing much. They weren't too slow to... Oops. To get to feudal age either. So now the thing... Ooh! So when I'm placing a farm and I press down shift, we get this green green farm placement rectangular thing that shows where the automatically built farm would appear. Oh, that's neat. Okay. And now the idea is that I can just click here for 4 times, for example, and ta-da! We get neat looking farms. Alright. That's good. We didn't need wheelbarrow just yet, but... Or of course we need it, but we didn't really need that. A market just in case. And blacksmith, no rush. And as you can tell, we are not really fast castling here. We're just getting some map presence and hoping to find the enemy scouts if there is a chance for finding them. I presume that our opponent is aiming to fast castle, as that's the standard thing to do here, while we are being a bit wasteful with our resources on that front. that and that, and once that's done you can once that's done you can move here. Yes, it's a very clever thing to do. Few extra archers. There's a market, right? What about here then? Not much, probably. And there's the castle age. And perhaps we should be aiming to get there as well. Well, that shouldn't take too long. One more villager and up we click. Now, Britons are of course superior archers, but the thing we could try to do here is to surprise them with the few archers that we have. Don't know if that's going to be possible. And up we go. Already they are trying to hurt our... Oh wait, well, perhaps we could... show our few archers. And that's that. So skirmishers would make sense in a sense that they are adding pikemen and do they have monks here now? Presumably the relics should disappear quite soon. Dun, 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 dun. No? I wonder where they went. Well, perhaps they turned back to get some skirmishers, for example. Do we need any upgrades of that sort? So they're here now, okay. And perhaps now might be a suitable thing to try to boom a bit. Boom. No, we don't have too clear of strategy for this map, because first of all we of course did, and we planned to... Alright, we need the siege workshop, right. Because we wanted to have this neat looking... We still have relics on the map. How is that possible? Huh. Well. Well. Ooh, we got janitors. Perhaps we should try to utilize those. Ooh, that's a clever idea. Well, aren't we just happy that we stumbled across the toes? Dun 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 dun. Few archers, in you go. And then we should get a chance to upgrade our units just a bit. Where are they going now? Because janitors is exactly what we need. And now they've witnessed that, but do that affect their gameplay? Let's see. might be that that is the case, but oh no, we are late to the party. Alright, more units, good idea. Perhaps we could even create a few extra buildings like that. Then we have a plenty of resources for many usages, but oh, longbows. Well, so you have a castle then. Alright. So then we might want to get a stable. Few extra farms. Always a nice idea. Alright, I never assigned you to do anything. Like this? Okay. Don't we know the game? Now we have lost some map presence that we had earlier. Let's use like this. Then we have a stable. Very good. So all we need now is... No, it's just... Isn't this just great? Farm auto placement. So we are losing relics left and right. But hopefully we can still reclaim some of them. Goodbye, pikeman. Goodbye, scout. Let's see what's going on there. That's a handy thing to have. More, so we don't actually need woodcutters too much. What a surprising thing to know this. A castle, why not? Let's give it a go. And then... there's a chance that they are outbooming us. And into work you go. Few houses, yes. Okay, but so the only thing that they have is something that we can very easily counter with these janitors if only we are able to produce them. Okay, so that's good for us. Of course. Goodbye. So that's one castle denied. Too bad for you. Ooh, so castle not yet denied. All right. But eventually, yes. Alright, so more resources would be nice. Alright, because we have all these cold gatherers there. Come back here, you. Camel archers, why not? What a great micromanagement they're having there. Okay, so what we need is janitors that don't even cost gold. This is great. And then we need some gold miners, please. To balance our eco a bit. Ooh, more villagers. So it's happening. And we were not enough to prevent that. Well, then it's the next age that's going to have to do the work. Let's try to go over the walls yet again. And then soon enough we should also, let's see if we can get enough range for that. Castles work fast, let's save for that. Let's save that for a while. Oopsie. Alright, what have we here? A monk, yes, very good. Let's get back here. Dun, dun, dun. Oops, well that was a waste, but luckily we know where to get more of those. And is there anything else that we need? Janitors. So, not. Alright, but we do need more houses, so perhaps that would be nice, and then more woodcutters also would be nice. Let's see if they have what it takes to change the composition of theirs. So Imperial Age, good for them. And all of a sudden they got the score lead, but let's see if it matters. Oops, army control is something that we could try to hone a bit. Alright, so the only thing that they have right now seems to me is a huge amount of units that we can very easily destroy with the little forces that we have, if only we have enough production buildings to actually produce those. And then we will need a ram or two to get rid of the castle and the future trebuchets that should come about shortly. Okay, let's see if we still have what it takes to get this relic, and then more villages would be nice. Resources of any sort would be nice. So let's secure a castle here if possible. There's the trebuchet. We can probably move this down just a bit. So janitor elite, 450 wood. Where are all? All right, that might have helped a bit too. But we more or less have what it takes now. We just have to make it happen. Given enough time, of course, because right now they are very nastily pushing our bases. So the question is, do we have enough at our disposal? Alright, yes, bloodlines and husbandry is something that we were hoping to get for our janitors. And then another ram would be nice. And this elite one coming up shortly, yes. So we shouldn't be able to push too much with these as itself. But perhaps that's enough to stabilize for a while. Let's see how it goes. Camel units regenerate, not necessarily needed. One trebuchet just in case. Nice looking monk we have here. 2 siege towers, not too shabby. I don't know what's keeping them from progressing right now, but perhaps shortly we will see. Oh, I thought I did everything right, but little did I know that I didn't. Few upgrades. Oh, and the university, where's that? Then it might also be that we don't have one. Well, let's see if we can make it happen now. And more janitors. Yes, very good. Run, my dear horses and ponies. Now, if only we have enough, or if only we had enough units, we should be able to clear their armies. But do we? So chemistry, ballistics, very good. More buildings, and back to stone mining we are. There was a hole. No, we opened the gate. Yes, makes sense. That's something we sometimes do. So lacking a few upgrades, and perhaps we are in every case a bit slow to play the game. But I think we had the composition we had. We just didn't really utilize that too much as of yet. Okay, so now they're all killed, and we still have a few moments to produce. Or we could also create some Canadiers now that we are in a position where we are lacking a bit of wood. Just a bit of wood. Run! Perhaps that's something we could try to manage here. this is not a very good place to fight. Oh, isn't it just beautiful how these units die so easily? These longbowmen, for example, like so janitors aren't too good themselves in like in all of these circumstances, but yes. So I would say that it was a way better effort, but we really didn't do much. But nice boom to GG, as the pros are sometimes told to do. What did they have then? Copernico won on all fronts, had the largest army, didn't waste too much of those. We may have had a few more villagers, but that wasn't enough. Just a second, and let's hop to the capture age to see how we are doing and verify if there's something that we have been missing. Well, I think the early game was fine. We didn't have too many problems. Or quite the contrary, it felt like we had a better start to the game. We just lacked the arena specific knowledge and perhaps Berbers specific knowledge to counter the British. At least it felt that an opponent who plays archers or longbowmen and pikemen against a civilization that gets janitor, or then I'm just perhaps giving too much value to this unit, but it felt like that wasn't the most cleverest thing to do. Now, did something happen because they saw us go? I doubt that. At least they shouldn't have any worries. But their scout stayed inside. Our timing was a bit off, especially in a sense that we didn't need all these neat archers on the field when we lacked the means of utilizing them. We could have very easily created them on the way to Castle Age if we wanted to try to drop a few units to their base. So they are expecting a castle drop based on the house wall, or then it's just because of the habit. Here we have few spearmen. And what happens when the archers show up? They retreat. But had I been on Castle Age, I would have had the map presence to just do whatever I wanted to. And presumably this is a moment where I could have tried to play more aggressively, since longbows were always their play. It seems that Copernico was doing very little to, like, they had this style or this idea that they were able to also commit to. So there we have this castle to secure the stone. This I didn't notice, and it was probably because there's this scout near the gold. So with the army that I had, I could have prevented that from happening. So scouting would have been nice. Scouting would have been a good idea, because then they would have been forced to create any other military building too. So here's where we had this different way of looking at the game. I was trying to keep my archers secret, and I even failed at doing that, but still I tried to stick to the idea. And it would have made sense to have like I had in the feudal age, few units scouting around the walls, just so that I could have realized that there's something happening and they are planning to build the castle to secure more stone, and then I would have gotten either easy kills or I would have been able to force them to drop the castle inside their walls. Not that it necessarily makes too much of a difference, but at this stage when we are, well, they know how to boom, so I'm saying we are only 15 units or so behind, but that's not true. We are at least 50 units behind, and they only got to castlate some minutes before I did. So it seems that they had a game plan and were able to stick to it. But since I had a few archers, the rush that I did over the wall didn't produce anything. Had I had them around the walls, I could have maybe killed a villager or two. But this makes me think that they don't know the game too well, because you also have these archery range upgrades. But is it that actually it's me who don't know the game? So British technology tree. Oh, but I should be able to verify just by looking at this. Yes, because they don't get thumb ring. Right, so it's me. It was me all along. So the fact that they were able to skip the archery range was nothing out of ordinary. So they do know their Brits better than I do. And that was also like, had I been able to force them to, like, since I had this siege tower push, I could have tried to send more units over just to carry on with the pressure and force them to create other military buildings besides castles. And now here's the third castle attempt that we were able to prevent from happening at this stage. But yeah, we could have created quite a few more units than we did. Like, we had queued very many units, but we could have also had a handful of more archer ranges to support this, since this was a, if not a key moment, but still the distance between the castles. If you are forced to send trebuchets from these castles instead of having this nearby castle, it still gives me 30 seconds or so. And now they've only lost 4 villagers, and they got the castle up. If I had more army, then that might have been a game. Might have been. Now we are slowly reaching in the villager numbers. And here's the push. Ooh, and we actually managed to kill more. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. So I should have just continued doing that. How long did that take? Even now I forgot about the issue. Alright. Oh, here I thought that the archers were moving to kill these units, but actually it was the front attack. But that was noticed like right away. But still, quite a few villagers died. So this was really nice. You get a handful of units just like that. So we should have just continued doing that. And once we had the longbows back, we could have killed this pikeman. Now I'm probably forgetting to move this army at all, and they die in a horrendous way. And we are also lacking ballistics for still quite some time. So that doesn't make our archer play too good. But in theory, we made a nice split for their units, or the split for their army, and could have utilized that to the fullest. Now they only lost perhaps like 2 pikemen. And then we throw away 20 or so janitors. Still lacking bloodlines and husbandry too, so suddenly it was us all along who were lacking upgrades. But it was nice to see that this siege tower push managed to produce such an effect, because they haven't been building more villagers, or at least there hasn't been too many of them. And now that they had their units outside the walls as well, I could have tried to raid a bit. Not under the castles. So basically there was very little, like I had this siege tower, just create few archers, 5 or so, send them over and then carry on with the hold, because the push was slow. Alright, so we had way more cold than we actually needed. We didn't create the upgrades, so husbandry and bloodlines, and also ballistics would have been good for our janitors to give us some mobility, and HP to give them a better chance to stay alive, and also a chance to hit moving targets would have been good. And then just doing a few extra raids, because now they are just queuing up 10 more villagers. But for a while we have had a chance to collect resources with 20 villager lead, and we are still behind resources collected, but not by too much. Okay, so yeah, I think that here, had we played a little better, we would have had a nice chance in this game. So better arena in general, I would say. Better performance that we have witnessed for a week, at least. And then there's this end push. That's going to take a while, and we are not really well prepared for that. We have given quite much army control and map control. This we could have utilized. And the janitors, once we have them, we don't really like. Once we have the upgrades, elite janitors, and well, still lacking chemistry, and still lacking ballistics, we could have created those in reverse order due to the time it takes to produce those. But still, like, now we have this beast of a unit against the combo of archers and pikemen, but we are throwing like handful of them at our opponent. So That tells us something. But GG nevertheless. But nice boom under pressure and only some throws here and there. And perhaps we could have taken the map control when we were given a chance to do that. Alright, a short break, and after let's see how this works. After I have a nice cup of coffee, I'll carry on. Ta-da! Just like this. Right. GG against Copernico 2021. And what else? Yes, that's just upgrade. Stream will continue shortly after a coffee making break. Thanks and welcome around. Okay, let's still also verify that we have everything under control. So it seems. I'll be back in a few minutes. Please enjoy your stay or do something that's even more fun, if possible, and available to you. Alright, and we are back at it. Thanks for sticking by. And let's see what the future has in store for us. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hold on now. Testing, testing. I presume that for some professionals there might be different testing jingles that they, or testing practices that they go through instead of relying to this 1, 2 or so forth thing. So perhaps that's something that we could also try to improve with. Improve upon. MegaRandom. Could be anything, so that's good for us. Bengalis against Mongols. And rayusaki. Ooh, and it's a nomad type of start. Yep. We have some hunt here. Alright. Did we have fish? Okay, let's carry on like this. Good luck, have fun. Yes. Fun have. You too, says rayusaki 2. Evan Rayusaki, you too. Right. And let's see. So we have some forests, we have some water, hunt. And also stone. Gold there. Elephant and a naval civilization. Aha. Alright, and villagers take this 10% less less space. Let's build that one and get that. So plenty of herdables it seems, and we are against Mongols, so I think they would shine on a map like this, where there's lots of things to eat. Remains to be seen, but we can expect to see some scouts then, as is their specialty. Oh no. Okay, it's loom o'clock. Perhaps we could then try to fetch that boar. And everything's no. Okay. So how does the map look like? Let's send this very important. Oh no. More houses. Okay, yes we can. Well, this is a bit messy of a start, but based on the starting location of the villagers that we had, our opponent is on the other island, and we should have a sort of easy passage to that. Feels like. And once we've eaten that, we could perhaps carry on with the bull or the water buffalo, to be exact. What we could try to do is get to feudal age that much faster, if it's still possible, with just few more few more villagers, just to secure us a chance to raid their hunters, because it feels very likely that, at least to me, that they are having such few more. And then we need a lumber camp. It could be there. Yes, let's make it so. Or it could be there. Do we have enough food? Soon. Soonish. Well. And then we can eat that. Right, and up we go. Up we go. Huh. Lots of huntables and herdables and everything. Let's leave a few weaker ones behind. And then we would like to get some gold. Extra house would be nice. And let's see if there's something else on our island. Oh no, already lost. But one of the strongest ones could come here to get some. To get some gold. And then archers. Few spearmen and archers. Very little cold, it seems. So that's the specialty of this map, at least one of the things. Run! Run! Scout already? Just when we were about to... Oh noes. Well, perhaps you can help them. All the way here. Goodbye, scout. So we have lost a few villagers and we also forgot to create more of them. But well, that's the price you pay sometimes for being able to have fun with friends. Few extra spears. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Few extra houses. And then we should be heading up quite soon. Let's go have a look. If we have a chance to. Ooh, so there are more scouts on the field. Alright. Oh. Oh no. Just when we thought we would be safe, we weren't. Okay, let's go there then. And few extra units, always a good idea. But basically all we need is, at least it seems to me, ooh, few scouts down. Okay. But all we need is a castle age. Of course, I don't know if we can manage that. But let's give it a go. Few extra spearmen. And that being said, well, we focused on the wrong units, but they should still lose quite a few scouts in the process. Okay. So perhaps it is a time to create a market and get to the next age ourselves. Too bad we weren't really able to utilize those. Those archers to the fullest, but well, eventually. Goodbye. So we can sell a little wood and then create a few extra farms, and then that should be that. Ooh, wasn't that a very clever thing to do? To stole 60 wood from us. Just like that. People know how to play the game. And then Castle Age it is. We are Bengalis, so we are eventually aiming for elephants. But the thing we could try to do now, since we are not scared, is to rotate from the right side. And let's see what happens then. How come we didn't get those earlier? Well, dun dun dun. Because all we need is gold. That's of course very expensive. Ooh, so they did create a spearman. No, a skirmisher switch. Because we had a few archers. Well, that's nice. But of course, that's going to mean that we are in somewhat more let's see if we can save those easily. Castle Age, but we don't care. Because we have a chance to create these units of our own. A constant harassment they are. And then that's that. For a change at least. Okay, and let's see what's going on here. Dun dun. Two spearmen, of course. Just carry on building. And then carry on building. Right, so what's going on here? Hello to you. Nice to see that you're still alive. Now we have lost a few units, perhaps. Lost a few units. But so have they. And the only thing that's keeping us from getting to this huge number of elephants, let's create a few scouts, is time, basically. Okay. And all of a sudden they also have lost quite a few villagers, which is good for us. Let's kill those first. Okay. And back to work. And then eventually we should get back to the position where we can produce. Oh. How long has this guy been alive? Like, for so long. We are happy to witness that. So in you go. Perhaps we could try to get rid of those a little bit faster. Oopsie. You kill that and then you carry on with the wood cutting thingy. Right, and now we have our very own army of elephants and nothing can stop us. I think our eco is still quite good. Don't know about the numbers, and we have had a few idols here and there, as you may be able to tell. And we could still have probably few more units here and there too, but okay. So a superior horde of elephants is ready to make its existence visible. And you could come here. And what do we need now? Because some gold would be nice. Nah. Well, I think we should be in a very good position, unless they are soon approaching the Imperial Age, which I doubt. But I've been wrong before. But it sometimes takes a while for them to notice raids. For example, ooh, and there's a forward castle happening. Could we stop that? We could probably try to stop that. But does it matter too much? Okay. All of a sudden we may be in a trouble. Oops. Oh, that poor elephant. Hold on, that's not a good place to be at. So we had the game, but suddenly we failed to capitalize on that. But they still don't have too many units, so I don't know what to make of that. Well, we can't probably take that gold. It might be that they are imping soon. Well, should you... Well, I probably have some orders in place. We have been here idling for quite some time, perhaps. Could be. Now that's Mongols with the Mangdai. Oh no. Okay, all of a sudden things are starting to look really grim since we are behind in eco and we are constantly harassed by our opponent. Oh no. Just when I thought we had it. Where's the villager going? Okay. And here we're supposed to have this superior sieve and all. Here you go. They have the armors and all. And our raiders weren't really huge enough in numbers. We still have some free food. Perhaps we can make that count. Or try to make that count. So we have a castle that produces protects very little. We could try to build a siege workshop. They killed our forward. That's too bad. So what's going on for us then? Very little. I'll have to admit. But still, I don't know if they have the lead that they think that they do. Let's see. Stealing farms is very clever, but 95 gold. Where do we get gold? By selling. So that's what we do. So now we should be able to get them away from the town center that we gave to them. Stop. We are trying to help you. And that we did. Ooh, forward castle. Another one that is. I should have perhaps sent my horses here to begin with. And that's game for us then. At least we can hope. But sadly, we lost a few of our key units in the process. But now we'll just have to try to get back to the rhythm. And there's this new wave of villagers coming. No, not in time. Okay, then we can forget about that. And that wasn't a game, actually. But actually we were just about to run away from the hoarders of our enemy. So we have very little gold here, but perhaps if we sell just a few piles. No. Do they have better upgrades? Well, they have attack upgrade going for them. Let's see, we still have that. But now we would really need more wood to be able to... Or should we just create more elephants? Yes, more elephants is the play. With the help of a few battle elephants we should be able to compete. Ooh, so they are even resorting to laming? Isn't that a really nasty way of playing the game? Then again, we have been postponing the inevitable for quite some time now, so perhaps it makes sense. What's going on here? And a few villages seems to have died in the process as well. This farming is a nasty business. Alright, and what do we have here? Let's build that and carry on with those. Back to the safety you go. Back to the safety, yes. No. And perhaps if only we could create a few more units. Because their eco can't be too good either. It probably is, but it shouldn't be able to be. Ooh, villagers. Goodbye. Goodbye, monkey. And all of a sudden, a peace eternal landed on the horizon, under the horizon, which is how you usually say things like that. Alright, so let's calm down for a while. A monk would be nice. Can we ever afford one? Let's see. Run away from the mean monk. Da 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 da. Alright, so what? Ooh, we have been idle for quite some time now. A monk? What? So it's S. Okay. Let's see if we can make that happen. Could be that we can't, but that would be one of the last resorts that we have. Oh, and have we been idle for quite some time? Perhaps, yes. And suddenly we are giving our opponent a little leeway on the score. So perhaps we lost this in the end without even noticing. Because now they are destroying everything that we have. Oops. Few town centers are idle then. All. That's not good. And they have already done a few game finishing moves, such as the forward castles number 1 and 2 and 3 and whatnots. All right. No, goodbye. Like right away they locate our greatest new hope. And to me it feels that the game is slowly going to end without us getting too many says in that. Nice elephants, so that's good. And do we get any more of those? Not necessarily, because of reasons. And now they are grinding, they are having this huge leading score already. So good game, well played. I should have adjusted my game when I saw the amount of herdables and hunt that we had. I think, like knowing that we are against Mongols, that's probably like the instant reaction would have been to try to get to the castle age as fast as possible, if we were even ever looking to or even hoping to get this. They're even spending time looking for the herdables. That's clever. Okay, so lots of hunts, very little gold on the map meant that scouts would be a very good unit choice, and as Bengalis we could have also created cavalry of our own other units than just scouts, for example. But I think that Rayusaki's build was good. Let's just utilize the hunt available as fast as possible, and then start with the scout harassment. Attack bonus or attack upgrade coming in, and here very easily they got the three kills, and more is to come. And now we are behind in eco numbers, and it's just going to increase. So, well, I thought that at some point when we got some raids in, and now this is the beauty of the farm placement thingy. Just in a very short time, there's just very beautiful placement of farms commenced. Right. So they've been utilizing market, and here's the skirmishers, which that wasn't really needed in my opinion, but they didn't know that. It was good for us in any case. But here, had we invested to a few scouts of our own, and perhaps we could have bought these units, for example, knowing that there's not too much gold. Relics would have been the play. How come I didn't think of that? Even though there were, what, 6 relics? 5 relics per player? It boils down to this game sense thing. So our very clever raids also managed to produce very good damage, I would say. Like 9 villagers are already dead, and we were able to equalize the damage more or less. Now the difference, of course, is that they still have their army standing. Well, not for long, but still. Whereas I lost mine, so we could have just continued like that. I think few relics at this stage. Now that we got a few seconds of peace, we have 3 townsenders already. I think at this stage we should have been in a position where we could fight for the win. And the villager numbers are also very similar. We are behind in resources collected due to all this idle time and so forth. But the thing that would have helped, just to, if I created few extra spearmen or even pikemen, and just to help against the raids. Now I neglected that, and that was not very well done, because Rayusaki got very many free kills with those scouts. So we have 3 townsenders and there's more or less peace. But now they have prepared for the castle push. And I'm slow to get stone. I could have thought about that, like how could I lose the game from this point, and perhaps castle push to my eco would have made sense, and then it would have made sense for me to create units to prevent that from happening. Here we are raiding again, and again I think they are very busy with the castle drop thing. It took me a while to realize as well that they didn't instantly react to this. So we got the eco. This was just a throw. I should have paid attention to these elephants, and perhaps I would have gotten a few extra villagers like that. But now it is more or less equal game at this stage. Like they have managed to deal more damage, but we have our town centers up and running. Few pikemen would have helped, just to give our farmers safe eco to work with, and then skirmishers why not, or just keep on raiding. And we could have also moved to their side since we had this spearman here, and it hadn't been harassed in any way. We knew that this was a safe, more or less safe side. But here we are just throwing units away, like not really paying too much attention, or not being able to pay enough attention. And there's this castle drop in our face. We could have also built our castle here to contest this castle, since we were more or less equal. Now this castle produced nothing, but if we had a castle here, we could have contested this area. Castle on a hill, some attack bonus from that, and few units to help to fight under that. That would have been a better play, instead of trying to just secure our current location, so to say. Now we are still more or less equal in numbers, but they have gotten 20 more villager kills, and there's more to come. Luckily we got to kill a few of their villagers too, but even now we could have created like 10 scout cavalry, for example. So we were mismanaging our eco quite heavily here. So if the map doesn't have gold and we can't figure out a way to access gold, then perhaps it would make sense to try to create units that wouldn't cost gold. Note to future selves. Alright, but so this was quite even game before the forward castle, and I could have tried to defend this location even though we had very little resources, but we had this gold, for example, and then utilize our gold units better. So, not too shabby for circumstances such as these. The bad thing, of course, was that for us, that Rayusaki got to play with the Mongol strengths, not Mangudai, although not the Mangudai. I don't know if they realized that they had this, they knew about this code, they just didn't have time to gather that. But it was only towards the end, now that they have been able to utilize my farms and carry on producing, planted another town center, that the game was lost. And now this was just a waste of time, but I'm glad that it looked that we had a very good chance. Just misplays here and there, not reading the castle drop, not producing enough scouts, just any units. There's very smallish things that we may not be able to fix in a very short period of time, but at least they seem fixable, so that something could be done to prevent that from being an ongoing issue for years to come. Kill that ratio, yes. They utilized relics, so that's very good for them. And in the end, here we are still having the villager lead. So I'd say this was a really even game, but like the decision making turned the scales in Rayusaki's favor. Good for them. And back we hop to see if we still have time and strength for another game. But good games. Even though we may have lost both of them. But we got to practice, so that's neat. And thanks to the comparably short game, we also had a chance to drink some coffee. And Arabia. Romans against the Lithuanians. Now, Lithuanians usually aim to create cavalry, so perhaps that's to be expected here as well. PaaSHaaS. I can't recall seeing that nickname earlier. And we as Romans get this infantry blacksmith upgrade double effect thingy to help us. Ooh. To help us stay alive for quite some more time. So see. Okay, well, perhaps we can try to eat that next. Okay. And then everything goes according to a plan. The plan, of course, is a mystery to us. For a while at least. Perhaps one more to the wood and then no, we were so close. And then we could try to. This wasn't the perfect lumber camp, but nobody's perfect, so no worries there. You were actually supposed to go there. No. Okay. So let's try again. So now if our opponent expects us to create men-at-arms, for example, then it would make sense for us to let's go there. Oh no. Almost a dead villager. So a counter to that would be archers. But would they go archers when they want to go cavalry? Probably not, so they might want to just go for... Can we try to get 20 up? Could probably try to. Can we make it happen? Not necessarily. But we will want to get a few units to support the archers then, because scouts are to be expected. Oops. Run. Ah, well, that gives us more room to create new villages, so that's good. That's what we need. And now we can even... No, let's not waste that there. Some idle time was to be expected. And do we have enough to go up? Almost. Right. So we got one zebra. Soon to have a barracks. We lost a villager to a lure. Zura! AOE! Hey Surunkari! Hey, how do you do? Nice to have you around. It's been a full week or so, at least it feels like that. Without oopsie. Without having a chance to play, and very little watching time either. I think the last stream that I watched was yours. Aeons ago. We have very clever plans here, as you may have been able to witness by, like, if you have been keeping notes, you know that we always have something cooking, as they say, and this time is no exception. But remains to be seen if we can actually make much of those streams happen. But how's your journey going in this wild world of AOE? Have you started playing the Empire Wars already? Where's all your sheep? Ate all of them already. Oh well, could also be that I've lost a few. That's a very good question. And we also lost a villager to a very nasty boar, so that may confuse some people. And we as Romans are very fast, so that's also one potential explanation. Now I would have to focus on the dream that we had in our minds. So then we need gold. Yes, that's very important. We don't want any extra idle time. No. And yes, things will go perfectly as planned, but we need more wood. Alright, because we also needed this. Oh, and the reason I asked, so Zura, now I don't care much about Empire Wars. The reason I asked was because of the Red Bull tournament and the claim that the top 4 or so will be invited to the tournament later this year. And since quite a few of the pro players, unsurprisingly, have started to run, have started to play on that, I thought that perhaps you might be one of them as well. So farms. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to. And I haven't done that either. But was still curious because I thought that it would be fun probably to give it a try in any case. Okay, so the good news is that our opponent has escaped with the scout of theirs, and they don't have a clue what's going to hit them if we ever are able to find them to begin with. So, and now we have some unfortunate idle time due to some circumstances, such as focusing on wrong things, but you can't save them all. So that's where we are hoping that they are. Aha! And this should be fine. Okay. And they should be off the cold now. And what else do they have? Right, we need perhaps loom would be nice. And then house or two. We don't need this many on gold, but It's for the sake of... Oh no! So they have archers of their own. That's neat. No, 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 no. Okay. Well. We had to choose a path, so... That's as good as any. Do. Hello, hello. So this has to be really annoying. Even if our spearmen shouldn't be able to do too much. Help! Ah, the way this game is played. Alright, so we invested quite heavily on upgrades that weren't really needed. We are lacking farms. We have too few people collecting these berries. And we may have a few upgrades here and there that could be useful for us longer term. But no worries. Let's go see if we can make something happen there. Yes. Na na na. Hello. Doop 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 doop. Meanwhile, in an alternate universe, we are being harassed. And I think that we will just try to go up and see what happens after that. So close. So very close. And since we are Romans, we can probably just create these huge armies of infantry and surprise our enemy with that. Almost. I'm surprised that they haven't been harassing our woodcutters or lumberjacks before, but well. Perhaps there's time and place for everything. Okay, and a few archers should be just what it takes to kill these nasty units. Alright. How very peaceful progression we have here. Okay, and up you run. And perhaps you can help us to destroy those. Few extra archers, always a good choice. More upgrades behind the scenes. And then we will lull them into believing that we are only going to play the archers. Oh no. And then let's see what happens. Right, more wood. Let's see what happens now. Few spearmen, and then eventually, this very clever continuation will commence. Zura, you could fast castle, indeed. And you really ate through stockpile of wood. That's also true. I think it could have been spent better. Even if it takes... Let's harass their wood line if we have a chance to do that. Because now what we need is some more eco. Because we had a little rough start. And a few barracks. Let's see if we still have time before we are prevented from enjoying the game by various investments such as additional town centers. And let's see. That would be helpful eventually. Right, let's move there. They probably have their cavalry. Ooh, so there's one town center, alright. And then getting some stone would probably be a wise thing as well. We are trying to do everything at the same time now. But what would be... No. Okay, so I can see a castle incoming. And the way we could try to prevent that from happening is to create some soldiers of our own, for example. Alright. Cavalry indeed it is. So... extra barracks, yes. A monk. If we still have time. Zura, I'm implying you might not have farm upgrades seeing as how they ran out fast. Right, and you were correct about that. I didn't have it. And now I'm doing the second one. And let's hope that we have just enough time to get some units. We could trade with a few. Let's see. But we will need more barracks if we are to continue our playful experiencing. Yes. And then we can... Ooh, that was a bad timing. But then again, now they got to see the least important unit that we have in the making. And that's good. Because if they prepare for... if they fight that. Perhaps they would. Okay. Because if they are expecting archers, then that's probably going to be very good for us. Run! And houses, yes. Okay, so the castle push is incoming, but when and where? That we haven't yet seen. And then we could probably send a few units just about there. And we could try to see what's happening with those people. I'm glad that they are respecting the... Oops. Run! Respecting the town centers. Even if there's very little reason to do so. Okay. To the safety. And I never witnessed what happened to those. Oops. There. Okay, well that's enough. That should do. Ooh. Hello? Good try, you monk. Let's have an additional look here. Knights, alright. Ooh. We don't actually have the upgrades to do this. Run to the rescue. There are so many things happening. Okay, so we need houses, right? Houses. You get the relic here. Oh, so they have a defensive castle. Well, good for you. Ah, the greatness of a play that we are having here. You could build these few houses. Yes. Zura, in range upgrade means he has castle somewhere. How do, oh right, oh yeah, because that's the Lithuanian bonus. Right. Because I was for some reason expecting that they would have this just this blacksmith upgrade. But it makes sense that that's not the case. Goodbye, knights. Is there anything going on at our base? No, not too much at least. So where are our monks? Can we still get that? Perhaps we can. That was good thinking. And then we could try to get rid of these houses, perhaps. Oof. Skirmishers. Well, makes sense against the pikemen. So why not? But now, what we could try to do is create some farms. And fifth one would be there. And the next wave of units, I think that they are just trying to get to the Imperial Age and then surprise attacking us. So the game plan of theirs seems to revolve around that second castle there. Okay, so late is probably in the books. Let's just try this frontal confirmation. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Hello. And housing our opponent if possible. Then we can hide to the back of the forest. Just like this. And be really wasteful with our units. Because we have plenty of them. Ooh, what's that then? Perhaps some upgrades would be nice. So they're trying to get all the stone there is in the map. Alright. Let's see if there's something we can try to do about that. Do 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 do. Now against cavalry. Let's see. Good advice, Jura. Get the 2 other relics and it's over. So we had a nice pick here, even if we are perhaps losing a few units in the process. But so should be they losing units, that is. Houses, right. Very good. And then some farms. And perhaps some more farms if possible. Very good. Some upgrades, always nice to have them around. Now what's going on here? Right. Exactly the moment we were waiting for, but I may have failed to utilize. Now the play we are trying to achieve here is to stall them for a moment. Perhaps we could even and get to the Imperial Age. Would be nice, presumably. And just some more cavalry archers to make them think twice about their way of play. Ooh, we still have that really brave soldier. No. Well. Imperial Age, I say, but then we spend resources not getting there. Then again, I don't know if we need that. Hopsi Paapeli, nice to see you again, Kari. Indeed. Nice to see you as well, Hopsi. Or Paapeli. Or Aapeli. It's been a while. Oh, and we are just wasting a few units, but actually what we are doing is causing our opponent to have serious idle time. So a little bit of that, few houses, and then let's see. Centurion, fastify. Yes, we could have a few centurions, but gold is what we are lacking now, so perhaps we could try to invest to a few gold gatherers while keeping up some sort of pressure. Ballistics as well, and huge horde of pikemen. So map control is what we have now, but we could still try to get to these relics as well. I don't know if our queuing works in this fashion, but let's see. Zura, floating too much food. Yeah, and that you mentioned that we could try to sell it. So it's S and up we go. Just in case something happens. Okay, so securing more stone. Good for them. And now we should be able to compete evenly. Perhaps we could add a few extra buildings just in case, now that we have time and resources, since we are offloading wood, as mentioned. There's gold, but not for long. Could we try to take that stone for ourselves? We could try. Alright. So scorpions are in general good for Romans. But let's see how their army looks like if we have a chance to witness them. We should be able to destroy a few buildings of theirs, and I'm feeling confident that we are in a position where we can just carry on causing havoc, even if we should not probably chase their units too much. Dun dun dun. Oh, it works. All the shift clicking thingy. Just so you know. Okay, so what's this then? Lighties have arrived. And that's basically the upgrade we need the least, but ooh, and these are some of the upgrades we need the most. But let's see. So destroying buildings, that's very good. We are very proud of ourselves. And in you go. And perhaps we could try to send a few units to help there as well. Just in case we might lose our hold of the game otherwise. Receive, fight faster, very good. Don't have time to read, of course, but ooh, there's a catapult. So they have a plenty of buildings, it seems. Okay. And did we win there? More or less. Good for us. We don't have too many villagers, it seems. For some reason I thought that we had a plenty, and we also garrisoned some of the important ones that we could have used. Alright, so what's going on here? Seems that we lost a few buildings of importance. So this didn't, the last minutes didn't go as convincingly as they could have, but still. GG indeed to PaaSHaaS. Zura, legendary upgrade. Yes, would have made sense. Now we did 1500 upgrades that we didn't really afford, or we couldn't really afford, and that made little sense. Like, you know, the cavalry armor upgrade for the centurions that we had a few that are no longer with us, sadly, that we could have spent to upgrade our legendary with the price of 800 food and 400 gold. Yes, but that would have been good. So we were throwing or giving our opponent a little extra chances here during the last minutes of the game, as soon as we got to the imp before them. But even then they had the group of flighties that were supposed to raid our base. Luckily we got to raid them first, and we still had some army behind to protect the town centers and the villages. I still think that we lost 10 or 20 villagers to that. We'll see. Largest army, very good. If you have seen any of the previous games, or especially the last two games before that, this convincing one that we had, you may have noticed our tendency to build an army of 5 or 10 and then losing them. And now it seems that when we have enough peaceful time to boom and produce army, then our weakness that ends up being a plus is the fact that we have army all over the place. So I don't know where the troops are, and we are therefore able to build army of 80 heads, for example. But yeah, so perhaps we didn't lose that many villages, we just didn't have enough to begin with. And this was probably due to the fact that PaaSHaaS was aiming to get a few castles to secure the base of theirs, and then get to the Lytis and crush us with their superior cavalry. Now we were even able to prevent them from getting relics, so that's probably a bit hurtful, since they would get this extra attack from those. See, I know something. Earlier today I was wondering why the Britons player didn't build archery range to get Thumbring, and thought that perhaps they don't know the game too well, before I realized that that's also an upgrade that they don't have. So made some sense if they were sticking to longbow play as they were. So still we didn't hear town bell. I think this is like preemptively securing the base in a good fashion. Why not? They had more archers at any given time than I did. So this mining camp positioning is questionable, but I don't think it made a game. It's just something that gives a hint that perhaps PaaSHaaS, or it was just rushed, or when you are using only few villages. But still, she needs to take extra step to drop the gold. Okay. Because meanwhile they were microing with the archers here and being really active, so it felt. And now that Castle Age is up instantly 3 stables, they have enough food for anything. And I'd argue that had they spent few of those stockpiled food, what's the word for that then? Resources, in any case, to produce scouts, for example, they could have made the game that much harder for me on the feudal age. But of course the game plan is to get to Castle Age, instantly queue up knights from 3 stables, even if they are not in a position where they could afford to produce them, perhaps due to the early harassment of the gold. That was just enough to put them off a bit. And that's perhaps the problem when you have a plan in which you are trying to like at this stage, I think, like if you have a plan that you are trying to execute to a perfection, then having any sort of trouble on your way executing that, say a few archers show up on your gold mining store and cause trouble, then that would require some adjustment or some adjusting to, and I don't think PaaSHaaS then adjusted accordingly to increase the number of gold miners. from some other resource. And therefore they have 3 stables as they are dreaming of having, and are only producing from 1 due to the lack of gold. But I think there's probably an Excel sheet behind this. Could be just misplay, and I hope that when people watch these build orders that I'm utilizing, that they don't fall in the assumption that this is very cleverly thought of or thought beforehand. Ooh, there was a lake. Or a pond, could be lake. But based on the fact that the stables were instantaneous once Castle Age was clicked up. But now these knights, instead of having 7 knights or 8 knights now, PaaSHaaS could easily have like 5 more or so. I may be wrong here. At least a few more. And then getting that number of knights is probably something that you could do with just 2 stables. But they are playing the long game, so why not? But now this raid would be more damaging if they had more numbers. Shouldn't surprise, but still. Now, what's the reaction to this cavalry archer? Is there any? No. Not that they would have much need for that. Because knights, while they don't easily run a group of cavalry archers, they should lose to those if microed properly. They still have very good, like, solid foundation, good defenses in place at the moment. Here's the castle. Could have been built here or here too, but for some reason wasn't. There's the... Perhaps it would have made sense to pick up a relic that was closer first. But now it worked for our advantage, since we happened to have our army nearby. And we just moved out to witness that. So good luck there, otherwise they would have gotten the +1 attack for their cavalry. Yeah, but seems that the reaction to these cavalry archers was like there's no need to do anything. And if we had this second upgrade already, we could have stayed under the town center, I think. We were still able to kill a few units, only now equalizing the eco kills. But we could have done that earlier with a few extra upgrades. Have to remember that next time. Here's the second castle. These are both very defensive ones. I was expecting the castle to appear here, perhaps, but could be that they were presuming more from our path, so that we would resist with huge army if they tried to do something of that sort. So the game plan now seems to switch to play the long game. And we already, like, we had this knight here all along, but I didn't notice this, and it seems that they didn't either. And once this villager dies, the knights... Okay, so we already got a handful of villagers before I noticed that there might be a few there as well. So this, like, these small details here and there tell me that they are perhaps fully focused trying to get the plan back on track. Because now they've lost a stable that's terrible. Now they can't produce from 3 stables constantly as supposed to. And some of the eco is idle all the time. Well, huge position, half of the eco is idle, it seems. And even this little group of infantry is enough to destroy this town center due to the fact that there are only 4 villagers inside. Huh. And then we are late to try to kill them, but at least we tried. Alright, so our eco management wasn't the greatest. As you can tell, the idle TC time is very close to being equal with PaaSHaaS, and we have collected half more resources and we are constantly throwing them away in surprise attacks and surprise moves such as these. But simultaneously, and there's the town bell. Now all of their eco is more or less idle. And we only have, what, 7 units in their town. So moments like that, if the scales weren't already tipping a bit to our favor, those would have been the moments where we would get this extra edge, so to say. Even though we only have killed 19 villagers, so this is like, if the boom was successful, and they are at least trying very, very well. So they still have 3 town centers, but they can't queue, or they didn't have time to queue enough. And for some reasons they are trying to get right, but there's too much happening. So did we lose much to those Lytises? Yes. Here they come, we go in, they go out. They could have probably, well, that would have been a terrible fight. So counterattack is probably a reasonable choice. But 12 Lytises. Castle Age ones. No relics. So no extra damage there. And so far they haven't managed to kill a 1 villager. And we, luckily, we had enough time to witness that group. Even if our reaction wasn't always the perfect one. As you can tell, the villagers are still idling. We are trying and failing to do things here and there. But the timing was good because we were able to prevent all this farm eco from starting to produce. So they planted 500, 1000 or so wood, invested them to farms, and then right away we appear with 20 or 30 infantry units and destroy the town center. So that was a really mean moment for them. We have lost 4, 5, 6 perhaps villagers to these Lytises. And we haven't been able to kill that much more. Like, their eco is still, based on numbers, their eco is in a good good form, even if they are behind some 50 or so. I could have witnessed this. Like, I saw the mangonel earlier, but I still didn't have time or capability to try to stop that, or invest a few seconds of my time to try to save the RAM, for example. But well, it was just a numbers game, it seems. And this small eco that we had was enough to get us through the game. Alright, so Romans are good, even if played in a little bit not a shabby way, but interesting way. So GG to PaaSHaaS, and I think it's one more game after a really short break. So here's something for you to read while I'm gone. We will be back in a sec. Let's say 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking around. And back we are. And whether we are back for good remains to be seen. Sura, welcome back. Welcome back to you too. If that makes sense. Good to have passionate people and active followers. And there are no exceptions to that. Alright. We also had this overlay thingy. Oh. That's what happens when you take too long a break. Dun 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 dun. But after a few games, it feels like now that I haven't played for numerous days, that we are slowly getting back to the rhythm. This is quite interesting phenomenon, this warm up thingy. Okay, but Arabia it's again, and Ooh, Byzantines against Lithuanians. So I think they are the PaaSHaaS that we just saw in the previous game. May have some new ideas about how to play the Civ, or dun 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 dun, or then they're just trying to execute this plan to a perfection. Perhaps this is the start of a nice rivalry first that we have had, because so far the only rivalry that we might call as such would be against Sura on arena due to those Persian elephants, war elephants to be exact. So, and that's not like that's just a really small annoyance we have had so far. But Lithuanian PaaSHaaS could be our like proper mean rivalry. Not friends. We are long past that. Unless, of course, if we manage to lose this game, then they're probably really happy to befriend us, and we should also take that into account. Hold on, sheeps. Alright, so we sent all of our sheep to scout, but that's no biggie. We can still win the game. Let's move back here just for a while. Na. We still have some time to create new villagers. Enough food coming our way. Yes, very good. Right, back on track we are. So that's something that might happen when you don't push the deer. Where are those deer? Here's a boar for us to enjoy. No. A terrible misplay. Almost happened. Okay, let's do it like this. The early Dark Age. For some reason, the tournaments are... oops. No. Oh, all the misclicks. Oh, what a terrible start of the game. And we are not even... we were supposed to get rivalries, but instead we get this parents against children sort of game where we are giving our opponent an edge that they don't need. Okay, so where's the second board then? Over here, okay. Right, the deer pushing thing. Well, it was a good run. Everything's going perfectly according to the plan. You just wait. Alright, and once we've eaten that, we can get some food. No! Run! Okay, well that's the best we could do today. Just as I mentioned earlier, that sometimes... Where do we get the food now? Sometimes it takes a few games to get to the rhythm, and now we have reached the rhythm. Right. But now just think, if people were... Do we have enough food to get to the next age? No. Okay, then we will just do a different sort of play today. So farms, it is... Do we have enough to... Not quite. Shouldn't take too long, and now the deer is there already. We are long from getting to the feudal age. Oh no. Luckily we have Byzantines, which is a... Okay. Very good trash civilization. But... Oh, alright. Well, this is going to be a different sort of game. But we can presume that our opponent is trying to play this in a similar fashion. So... relics, cavalry, all those things, and then we would also help with that. And what we could try to do is harass them a bit from early on. No, 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 there's a scout. Goodbye. Almost. Few extra farms. A bit slow to react to that, but that's us. Let's see if we have what it takes to survive for a while. So few spearmen, alright. There are these gold miners. Houses would be nice. And then more woodcutters, yes. So the early farming eco is bad in a sense that we are going to waste a plenty of wood. And it's going to take a while for us to get to the archers that we would love to get to play with. But let's see if we still have, if we still are quick enough to make that happen. So archery range very good. There are scouts. Okay, so that's good because they have wasted some resources creating those. Good for us, and we don't really need. We could afford to lose a few, let's put it that way. Perhaps this... By few I didn't mean 4, but that's what we ended up losing. But that's alright, because we are going to do a counter strike. You can go back to the forest. Now some misplays here and there, but we should still be able to cause some trouble to our opponent as well. Let's see if we actually are able to do that. For some reason we are housed, but Well, let's see. Do. You could perhaps do well to create an additional house or two. And then let's just go there. Go to their base and see if we can make something happen. We have been giving them some edge during the beginning of the game, but since we are Byzantines, we shouldn't worry about that too much. Let's see if we can make our way to their base, oops, without being noticed. Alright. Well, I was thinking Castle Age, but we can't really make that happen before we have this. Alright, and now they should be heading home. And once we are done with that, we can probably click up. Alright. Na 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 na, how do you do? Hello, hello. Good reaction. And that market was thereby cancelled. Let's see if we have a chance to attack them from a different angle. Now this is not the most perfect way to set up an eco, but this is a way, so we shouldn't worry about this too much. Do they have a wall in place, perhaps? Where you go? Hello, hello. Well, how do we do? Do we have any plans? Perhaps we do. Well, looks very similar to what we have witnessed earlier. Few extra archers, why not? A farm here or there. Stone miners. Yes. And ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Perfection. Let's try to get that going. Perhaps you could help with that. So we lost our initiative a bit when comparing to the last game, but I think the only thing that we are really, the only thing we should be scared about is their horde of cavalry. And let's see, now we could perhaps try to upgrade our units just a bit, and then it would also make sense to see if we can stop that from happening. Hello, knight. Well, that route was suboptimal, but still very good. We did what we could. Ooh, but what we actually want is to get just a few pikemen. around. And then the third town center could be like here, for example. Get in, please. So we have lost a few villagers to our neglection. Or neglections here and there, one might say. And we were also lacking the useful upgrades. Now I'm referring to fletching, but there might be others. Some more food would be nice. Few farms. Now if only we could get to a, let's see, to a monastery, we would be so happy. Dun dun. How is this? Just a few monks to secure us some control. More knights coming our way. Let's see if we are in time to prevent those relics from disappearing. And that's the end of that. Let's see. Few monks. Let's see how it goes. All right. There's probably a town center here. If we have learned anything from our opponent, it's that they do enjoy getting town centers around their most important resources, as is the case in this case too. No, I didn't check whether they have relics at their disposal already, but let's try to get this more forward castle this time. Food. It's as if we would have lost a few villagers based on the farm numbers that we have here. Could be, could be. Well, what was there? A monk? Alright. Well, perhaps we could try to stop that from getting anywhere. Ooh, and what's this then? Okay, so more stone for them. Alright. So a few cataprats, why not? No. Well, that was a bit subpar play, but there's the castle drop. This cannot work. Like, I've already seen that, so I don't get it. Well, luckily we have a few long range units. So that's one of the doubt castles. Nice try, of course, but the additional forces are a bit late, perhaps. But even after losing the castle, they are still in a nice score lead. So they are doing something right. Meanwhile, what are we doing wrong? Could be the question. University is something that we very clearly need. And siege workshop, few barracks, and then back to the wood line. And there's this new attempt here. Don't know if that matters too much, but it's always nice to see people taking initiative. Alright, so we are late to that party, but then again we could probably create a castle of our own here, for example. And now we are throwing away quite a few units of our own, but let's create a few battering rams and see if that would be enough to stop this madness that we are witnessing now. Since we still have quite a healthy number of units, even. Alright, we could use you guys here too. And back to wood gathering it is. Oh, but we don't need that, but instead we would really enjoy having a safe place to have some short distance cutting. Alright, more cataphracts. I don't know how long you have been idle here, but more pikemen. Oof. Oh, we also had these barracks here. I just forgot about those. Well, that's something. Alright. Skirmishers. A stable would be nice. And a house after that. Few rams should be enough. Just hop in. extra speed. Always nice to have you. Well, there it is then. And in we go. So they have their share of ladies, but does it matter? Probably not too much. Since we still have... Oh, but we could have gotten to the next stage. This is a fun game. Like few misclicks here and there. Few upgrades missing again. Zura, better idea is to beat him to imp and just strip his stuff down. Yes. And that's also an idea. It's a very good idea. Like nothing wrong with our thinking, but sometimes we think in a fashion that's not very efficient. Isn't this nice? Forcing some reactions there, and okay. Right, and we also have cheaper Imperial Age. One of these days I'm going to learn about that. So we could have done that much sooner too. Blast radius increased, but do we need that? Not necessarily. Let's have one more of these archery ranges since we are about to surprise our opponent. No. Okay, more town centers, because that's what you need. Just a few units. Alright, the castle still stands. Okay. Some upgrades. We could also have an additional one there. Are they mining our stone already? Not yet. We could try to utilize that then. Our stone, perhaps. Let's have a look. Our gold. Well, in any case, all we need is presumably this huge horde of pikemen to prevent their aggression. Oh, nasty house attacking Lythis. So the game plan seems to be more or less intact. What do we have here? Knights. Horde of knights. And do the counter attack we go. Few houses. We are still lacking so many things. Treb would be nice. We will get to that soon. And what's going on here? Nothing. Ooh, perhaps they haven't found that one then. There's also a relic. We could try to get that. Let's see if we have what it takes. Town center, even additional one. You can't ever have too many of those. Let's run here and see if there's something we could try to make happen. And oh, you have been garrisoned for quite some time now. Additional castle. we don't need it here because we can trap the castle from there. All we need is a huge amount of gold. Gold? Right, and gold mine upgrades as well. And then we could try to play the long game. Or shorten the long game a bit. Few extra units, that's the upgrade now. Let's see if we have what it takes to stop this, since we are still lacking a bit of upgrades, for example. Well, the town center is still way worse than... Well, there's something happened to the trap, so perhaps it was destroyed. Perhaps. There's just a slight chance that that was the case. And then there's this horde of Lightis. Horde of Lightis, yes. Trying to do its work. Well, what happened here? Nice, peaceful times we had together. Boom, boom, boom. So it's probably fair to say that we both have lost quite a few units that we didn't need to lose. Civilians and others. Right, but we are still an age ahead, so all we have to do is capitalize that difference. Right, gold, yes. Let's have an additional trebuchet here, one there. And then we could try to get to this gold mine too. Let's see if the relic is still there for us to take. A very clever move, splitting the army and the focus. And we could really benefit from halberdier upgrade. But meanwhile, we could also try to get rid of their the little units that they have. That doesn't matter too much. We only have a few villagers there, sitting idly. These, on the other hand, well, could have been working for a while. And do we have enough gold now? Not yet. Oopsie! We could have been watching here too, but there are some things that are just impossible to do. But that's not too scary. Zura, no point making traps if they just keep going down like that. You could use that code for halb upgrade. Indeed! And it's eventually happening now. Okay, we have few units that are at the risky zone. Are they coming here? Not necessarily. Good for us then. Of course, there is a chance that they might eventually find something that hurts. Let's see if we have enough to prevent this from dying. Cataphracts with their trample damage. Yes, why not? Let's try again. Sell a bit of wood and make at least 3 traps and get that castle in your base down, says Azura. And that's a very good idea. And now, ooh, I only just realized that we have lost quite a bit of eco, actually. When I thought we still had like a cruising game in front of us. That's not actually the case. Like here I'm just cruising, losing units, and my opponent is doing a splendid work preventing us from doing that. We could perhaps try to destroy that instead of... And you could help here. Okay, so now this is a more difficult game than I anticipated. We lost the cannon, of course, not being too careful with our units, but we still have the superior halberdier units as units. And once this gold is done with, we could try to move here. But let's see. I don't know if they have much else but double our eco numbers going for them. Because we also have quite a few units that are just idling. And now presumably they are starting to cut to our base. You could come here. More farms, why not? Now that's not exactly what was asked for. Hussar. Perhaps we could try to keep that alive. Now they have moved to that gold mine, and that we can't tolerate. Or we shouldn't have to tolerate. I don't know if they have multiple trebuchets already. Perhaps they do. Let's see if that's the case. We also lost a monk. One trebuchet down there. But we still have a plenty of upgrades. Ooh, a catapult. Let's move these away. And now that's over and done with. And carry on with the push. Oh, we aren't really even using the right tools for the job, but exciting times. Okay, so do we still have time to create enough eco to make this work? There's nothing here. Okay, trebuchets. Oh, well, wasn't this a very happy coincidence for us? I'm just happy to see that others are having trouble keeping all those units under their control too. Oopsie, well let's not run, but stay. Okay, let's run. Second thought. And the relic. Okay. So now we should be able to get rid of those things. And perhaps the monastery as well. This is a messy game. Partially because of the way we have approached it. I agree. Alright, then back to work you go. I think we have lost quite a few villagers in this process. But luckily we still have some left. Right, and back you go. Now what's going on here? Few idle units, yes. More gold miners, always good to have you. Back to 76 villagers. Could have a few more had we paid more attention to those. And dum 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 dum. Tra-la-la-la-la. Raiding with pikemen, always a good idea. And what's going on here? Now, these hussar raids are of course very annoying, but I don't think they are doing too much. Of course, if they manage to kill our cannons, then yes, they are doing stuff. But let's see. Few extra buildings. Oh, and our gold miners. That too is, of course, they are very important for us. Just forgot. Few villages here too. All of those are killed. But that shouldn't matter too much. Alright. So where were we? Messy game, yes. Taking longer than anticipated, perhaps. Open for raids, yes, that's us. Are we lacking things to do? Perhaps. No. Okay, so some extra raiding coming there. And then perhaps we could try to get rid of those. Just more pikemen. Ooh. What do we have here then? Alright, let's move a few of our units then to support our causes here and there. And once that's done with, we can carry on with the stone here. Now if only we had another unit, like any cavalry unit would be nice. Alright, let's run and prepare for our next push. $104 units is quite not enough. We could have also killed a few units with this. Army that we had. Goodbye. So little cataphracts threatening thingies to support our massive cavalry play. That's soon going to commence. More food. Perhaps you could help. Our poor units, just a bit. Let's see what's going on there. 10. That's a very promising site. So let's send a few more units there. Ah, what a waste. But then again, they are also wasting a little of their resources here and there. It's always very important to get rid of any mills. Okay, back to work you go. And then we could again rotate our interest. Ah, more of these. Let's go check behind the enemy lines. Few more villagers would be nice as well. And then the cavalry units. Heavy camel, yes. Greatest there is. Oopsie. Almost. Well, that was a little suboptimal. But luckily we have other tools at our disposal. Hello? Dun 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 dun, just passing, don't you mind? Na 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 na. Yes, after all we are... Oh, right. We are Byzantines, so our trash should be quite good. And this feature. Oh, perhaps you can try to help your friends. Ooh, a paladin? Luckily we have this camel unit that we have been thinking about really very much. So that was their surprise move. Okay. Well, do we need to save our villagers? Some of them, yes, probably yes, why not? But all of them, not necessarily, no, I don't think so. Let's see. I still think that they are in a worse position than we are, even if we are throwing a few of our units away in a fashion not really beautiful for our dear followers. So here we have these units, you can probably help a bit. Few camels, yes. You can go back to work. Whatever that work is for you. And simultaneously they are losing their bases here and there. So let's build a new one. If we have a chance to do that, and you can help with that as well. No, 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 no. Just follow. Because we need you here. We may not have too much gold, but we are still floating. And well, perhaps it's time to create new farms since we are going to lose those. Friendly farmers over there. The case may be that they got... Ooh, that's a useful upgrade to have. This horse collar thing. So their horde of paladin was presumably a bit tough for us to defend against, but in the end we did what we had to, and here we still are. Although we lost the trebuchet yet again. So there are people like Sura who may not be too impressed, and they would be right not to be. Sura, you're kidding, you didn't have a horse collar. That's almost my level of forgetfulness. Indeed. Yes. GG, well played to our good opponent. Yes. But just a few minutes ago I was thinking that destroying my enemy's mill is not something that I should focus on with my 2 10 alive combat cannons. But thinking again now, if I didn't have a mill, like I of course did have my starting mill, but if I didn't have any mills, I would have never noticed that I'm missing that, since it would take some thinking to click a farm and see that, oh, how much food does this have? And then make do the math. So perhaps that was a good course of action, but we will have to see whether PaaSHaaS did have horse collar. The fair play would of course be to not tech into something that your opponent isn't doing. So with more largest army, way better for them than in the last or in the previous game. Just converted, yes. Food, they had a really nice farm eco, I would say, and the villager high is also 40 or so better than in the previous game. So the fact that they got to play the late game, that's probably where PaaSHaaS shines. Also gave them a chance to get back to the game when suddenly I realized that we only have 50 villagers left due to all the raiding and misplays. But I presume that the early game is very similar to the previous one for them. We are not going to focus on this early game that had few mishaps, like the mill here, the forward mill, killing the boar with the town center, running out of sheeps due to very important scouting duties, and things like that. Those are not too important, since we are focusing on the late game. This time we got further, since our opponent also managed to research Imperial Age for themselves. Managed to push all but one deer. We still have few enjoying themselves, because we are nice like that. But still, despite the early game, our idle TC time is only double to that of our opponents, and worker efficiency is also quite similar. So we are 300 behind in resources, so 1/10 at this stage, which is of course, for example, 3 horses or even 4 horses that we would be behind in comparison, but at this level perhaps not too catastrophic. So despite the bit tough start that we created for ourselves, we are still in the game. 3 villages behind, but that's not too bad. Then again, this was like I saw the scouts, but our spearmen are still ill positioned, and then they stayed behind following my orders, and we lost. Oh, we didn't lose all of them. Okay, well, it was just 3. I was expecting 4. So we lost a few people who were picking the berries, enjoying themselves, and that, like basically, if one walls against Lithuanians, just short walls here and there and around the mill, for example, the number of casualties to be expected should be around 0. Just palisade wall here and there to protect the gold miners. So these losses were somewhat, I could argue, preventable. Now we have lost 7 villagers, or 10 villagers behind, and under some circumstances this could be a game, and perhaps that's the reason PaaSHaaS didn't resign earlier, since the start of the game was so good. Like at this stage, professionals would be hard pressed not to resign, even in a tournament, unless they have a really good game plan, and that's what kept us in this game, because we knew we could cause havoc. Here we managed to delay the market a bit. Oh, so they were supposed to build a tower. Okay, well, I should have let them, because that would have been my beneficial to me, but still. So the scouts are finally dead. We have only 6 villager difference. Idle TC time is quite similar. So there are some, like when pressured or pressurized, it seems that at least we are talking about 1k elo, so focus very easily slips when you have to defend. So perhaps that's how we are still in the game. Sura, pretty good comeback if you ask me. Yeah, I could have also asked, and thanks. I'm happy about it myself. And now I only felt that we got a good chance to win the game because we knew what our opponent was aiming to do. So, and being Byzantines, having the cheaper pikemen, for example, to help us defend, felt like we still stood a chance, even if our early aggression didn't really go according to the plan. But there are a few weak villagers, but still 11 to 1 eco kills and 13 behind in numbers. And more often than not, low on food. So right now we have only just managed to queue 4 villagers, whereas our opponent has, or just a seconds ago they had 9 and are already almost 20 villagers ahead. So perhaps this is the stage where in the previous game they created the stables right away. Now they only have a single one, so there is an alteration to the play, so that's very good. And it's only now that they are adding archerians for skirmishers then, presumably, and then the second stable. So this is a different approach, but so perhaps the thinking was that since the scouts got so much value, they could just boom their way to victory. Whereas I might argue that if they now had thrown 7 or 10 or handful of knights to our base, we would have had really tough time recovering. So perhaps the 3 stable start would have been a better one. Under, like, didn't have to be 3 stables, but 2 stables and aggression would have been a better thing to do. Also, this was a little forced. Let's get them out of the game when you know that your opponent has pikemen around. And now that you have seen some monks. So I think this is where the game took turn to a worse for PaaSHaaS. Since the army was lost on the way here, and now the villagers are also dead. Then again, I've witnessed that they are capable of doing this. Okay, so they lost 300 or so stone in the process, but after witnessing that, we still didn't get ready for a second castle push. And now this is only villagers, so had we been more careful with our army, this is the continuous problem that we are going to have throughout the series for years to come probably. Now, had we right away noticed that there's this castle that they are building, we would have been able to move the 3 cavalry archer, a few cataphracts, 3 monks to at least make it tougher for our opponent, since the knights only now arrived to secure this. Also, we had enough stone to build a counter castle here, so we could have done that right away and tried to prevent that castle from happening. Now it made our game that much more difficult, and solid reaction to that might have been, for example, to drop a castle here, knowing that they have they managed to build a castle and get us away from the main gold and some farms, but we also have secure gold elsewhere, and we are in a position where, at least in my optimistic mind, we can very easily move about. Now, I don't know why they didn't utilize the golds right away, that they couldn't, and perhaps the fact that we had this forward so close to this gold mine meant that they didn't dare to move out from the defensive range of the castle, but it would have made sense to take some of the gold there too. But let's see now. They have 1 relic. We have 2. They are not competing for those. Also sending some of the villagers back. Okay, because wood is what they need. Right. Makes sense. But after the start, the eco kill death ratio is equal 14. We are still almost 30 villagers behind. So eventually I'm going to realize that we don't have too much eco. But for some reason PaaSHaaS isn't collecting any gold. So is this the... They have petards. Okay, so that's what they are doing here, just to get rid of the castle. I don't know if that's worth it, but perhaps they still felt that the game was theirs, that all they had to do was destroy this castle, for example. And then after destroying the castle they can take the gold. But they still had this gold here, so I don't know if they just forgot about that, or how long have these been garrisoned here. That perhaps these few horse cavalry archers here have been enough to prevent them from taking the gold. Could be. Perhaps they have lost a few villages there. Now they have 7 petards, 10 petards, and more to come. And here's the push, where they're using the villagers to take the arrows, and then 10 was just the right number to get rid of the castle. But then what? We are still 22 villages behind, even though we have been able to kill 21 of theirs. They are still producing, and we are still producing, but not quite enough to my liking. And we could have also tried to secure the resources. Like, their army isn't too deadly looking. Some skirmishers, 8 knights soon, 1 lightis, and few spearmen. Spearmen against the cataphracts then, presumably. But even here we are able to idle 5 villagers for quite some time. So the worker efficiency, 12.5%. I don't know if that's possible. Oh, but it is. Okay, because they are also, like, all these raids did enough to take away the focus from... Okay, so I wasn't the only one having that problem. So even though we have been a target of some aggression during most of the time, we have managed to keep the worker efficiency. Okay, but that was last minute. Okay, so that's not too bad then. That explains if you idle or move all your eco to safety of Townsend, then probably the last minute is going to look quite terrible. As we are still behind in resources collected, but only by 2,000 resources. Perhaps due to the fact that they have been collecting so much stone. And do we get a number easily? No, we don't. Perhaps from here. Dun 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 dun. We have collected more stone than them. Okay. Well, forget about that then. Good for us. Alright, and they have spent quite a neat amount of resources building those town centers. And we are still 18 villages behind. And the castle still stands. I don't know how they... with that eco... how they did not manage to get to the Imperial Age. But perhaps it was the lack of gold. Like, this was out of reach somewhat, since it was towards my castle, and this was just forgotten about perhaps, or didn't feel as important. And their play is to secure the position they're in and then utilize the gold eventually and create this horde of lightis to end the game. But now the score is quite close now that we got to imp. We are still but only 12 villages behind. I think there might have been plays like, instead of creating all these town centers to protect the eco, they could have also, because even now there's a single cavalry archer running past and we had 19 villagers idled. Like, if I had created an army of scout cavalry, for example, or knights, they are very quick to react, so that's good. But all these raids have been really devastating to their eco, I would say. Even though, as I mentioned, that we are still a couple of thousand behind in resources collected, and we are also 16 villages behind. Now here comes the army of lightis. We only have 2 pikemen. We have been imp for quite some time, but we don't really do very good against good of a job protecting our units. But here's the very important fight for the gold. This is basically their gold, but we are able to steal that from them. Now if they had utilized this gold to like right away, and also the gold behind the castle, try to contest that, then they would have been able to also produce more gold units. But Tsura was right about the importance of getting rid of the castle, since this is the only place where they can produce lighters, and that's the unit of choice in this game for PaaSHaaS. So it would have made sense to focus on destroying the castle, because I didn't realize that at the time, but that actually is true, that they have very little. And now we are in lead in villager numbers after this encounter that we had. Eco kills 61 to 19. So while this has been a major point of pressure, it has given our opponent very little in exchange. Had they just built this mining camp here and tried to utilize my gold, I would have felt more of the pressure to do something about this. But now it seems that their game plan was to sort of check out this army control. Now we have 10 pikemen dying to castles soon, while there's nasty raids happening behind their backs. Okay, so this was the go-to research for them. This extra range. And we are a bit like all over the place with our focus as well. And we are also about to lose our trebuchet very soon. And now they also have gold. But I don't know if the because to me it felt like we are in a very good position at this stage once we started adding villagers, even though we were also losing them left and right very fast whenever the raids came in. Perhaps it's just what it could have been because we got to the Imperial Age first, but now the light cavalry are freed, they are upgraded and all. I don't know why. Oh, it was because of the trebuchet, so they had to do something about that. But they could have stayed, if not necessarily hidden, because we were expecting cavalry, but still, if those were hussar, then that would have been even deadlier force. But for some reason I don't feel the rush. We are behind in villagers, but it seems that our opponent is only playing this cavalry type of game. And had we had our army in place, or had we produced more pikemen or spearmen or halberdier to stay near these centers of our eco, then we wouldn't have lost 50 villages just like that. So the raid is still very good. I'm just thinking that if they had massed the numbers and created hussar, it would have taken even more from my army to try to destroy all of them. But now we are again 30 villages behind, so some might claim that we didn't really deserve to win the game, and that shows the power of Byzantines with their cheaper units that we were able to stay in the game, and also the HP bonus, so we have half or so more life force for our buildings. That also helps when fighting castle to castle, for example. So it's very hard to get rid of the Byzantines once they set their foot on a place. Now they are forcefully utilizing the primary main goal of theirs. Eco kill death ratio almost equal. We are doing very little, it feels. But still only 10 villages behind. Resources collected is greatly in favor of them. Oh, they were just scouting the map to find the gold, for example. Probably. And the winged hussar goes down. Yes. That was a fair fight. And they are slowly running out of gold. Here they are destroying, or trying to destroy, yet again a trebuchet of ours. But since they mostly have cavalry, it's still something that we can defend against. More researchers coming. We also have a few militia. I don't know where we lost them, but and this +1 attack would probably be quite nice to possess. So that hero trebuchet that managed to almost destroy that monastery that was later on repaired did a very important job to give us a chance in this game. Few cataprats are about to go down. This is the castle of ours that those were sent to defend against, and finally we are shooting, well, secondary targets perhaps, but finally we should be able to clean the castle. And that's the end of Lytis, and then therefore they are forced to produce this comparably weaker paladin. We just happened to have I wasn't watching, but luckily we had just enough army nearby that when these trebuchets popped out from the castle, we were able to destroy them like right away. And then again we are going to lose quite a few villagers. It was 72 to 69, and all of a sudden 9 villages go down, and there's more to come due to the fact that we don't have really too many units defending. Now we got this to ourselves, and we sort of have a push going here, but we had, before this raid we had more villagers than them. Finally, only some 5k resources behind, so well done. Okay, let's forward this a bit, because this preventing our opponent from getting more gold. That was good. We could have tried to move our units a bit. That monastery is almost, yet again, almost killed or destroyed, even though the relic was never inside, so we didn't have to do that. The forward is more or less dead, but these hussar eco kills 93 villagers, so we have lost 20 or 30 soon villagers. in a course of 5 minutes or so. But luckily we had enough farms to keep producing and cheap enough units that we could still build some sort of army. Like now we have 50 military units. Perhaps they are all over the map, but still. And even destroying the houses was quite good call. They did have heavy blow. Okay, good for them. And now there's Cavalier and Paladin on the way. But still, this is a very slow way of utilizing army. So this is their final push, sort of. And luckily we did some upgrades to our cavalry line, even if we didn't foresee this. But this goes to say that Sura was right. As soon as the castle was destroyed, the lightest production wasn't there, since they didn't have any secure castle. And this scouting that they didn't do, perhaps, or at least this extension to the sides, where they could have collected some stone and some gold, happened at such a late stage that they weren't able to get to this castle spam that was probably in the books or in the hopes for them. And here we have 17 paladins just casually running across the map, and soon already killed 2 people, but soon the eco kills. Oh, but meanwhile we have gotten 130 eco kills as well, so it must have been these here and now the push here. Okay, but I think they are going to equalize the numbers with these paladins, but now they are behind, so they should be able to make something happen in order to get a fighting chance. There was also a relic in the corner of mine, so I'm not the only one who... They weren't the only one who didn't scout the corners of their side of the map. 19 kills, most of them villagers by this stage, and then few halts trying to equalize the numbers. But meanwhile we are also killing their villagers that were resting in the town center, and we are still lacking the numbers, and there might have been a few misclicks here and there, just passing. But for us the good thing was that we had just enough town centers and also enough food to queue more villagers. So while we are losing, this shows 30, but of course the numbers are already quite much down, but I've lost some 30 or 40 villagers, and they must have been because of this. And then the secondary push around here, but that mostly just started. So we lost some 30 villagers, still leading by almost 20. But the main thing is that we are able to replenish the numbers quite soon, whereas our opponent doesn't really have too much going on for them. Backed to a corner due to this raid. So while their paladin was doing a push, our group was able to do it more throughoutly, since they lacked the counters. Huh. Alright, so that was an attempt for a base trade that almost worked but quite didn't. But for some reason I think that this was made very easy for us. It's just so long our opponent relies on using and utilizing cavalry, then the raids can be still very deadly, but we should also possess the tools to defend against those. Like, I didn't do a perfect job there, but still. And we also had horse collar just to save our eco, the wood eco just a bit. Kudos to us for noticing. So yeah, in the end, the idle TC time 2 and 3 hours, a long one that is. And where is the heavy blow at 26 minutes? And they have been preparing for this farming eco. Right, that's good. Perhaps we can try to, like, next time research horse collar at before 1 hour mark. So we were able to collect way more golden stone that day. So the map sort of pseudo, well, almost having the control of the map was enough to prevent PaaSHaaS from moving out, and therefore we were able to utilize those resources, and they couldn't create too many of the power units. Like 40 paladins would be a very different story than just 17. So, and there's also something that goes wrong in their build, I think, because this, as in the second, as in the previous game that we played against PaaSHaaS as well, the imp time was a bit delayed in comparison. So perhaps the play is to end the game before Imperial Age is required. But kudos for us getting the relics, or at least most of them, to not give our opponent this additional attack boost. And also we were clicking, if not constantly, but some of the time. So is there something I'm missing? Kill rate ratio is surprisingly good. At least it felt that we are just throwing units away, but then again, so were they. Alright, GG to all who participated. Thanks for witnessing that. But since there are still, this stone was theirs to have this gold as well, and this gold and that gold they could have utilized with the castle drop. But okay, we got some nice turns in the during the game, so that's a good place to call it a day, at least for the time being. This I did already witness, yes. Alright, so let's have a quick recap regarding the last hours that we had. First of all, let's verify that we are still more or less audible. Ooh, but hold on now. Ussi, AOE, hey Surunkari, he says, and also gave us a follow. Hey, hello. I was able to not notice that earlier, but if you still happen to be around, then welcome around. And good to have you here as well. Just a while ago, week ago? Yeah, must have been a few days. Ussi was able to play and I hope that I'm pronouncing your name about right. Ussi was about to play against Hera in, what was it? Hera versus Hera with 2 AIs versus 5 ordinary people. Like ordinary in a sense that they are very friendly chaps and not tryhards. And they were able to get a really convincing victory, even if Hera later on mentioned that the AIs he utilized as teammates were only the standard edition ones, so not as capable as the more patched and developed ones. But that's something that you are able to witness if you happen to follow Ussi's stream, which I can also recommend, as well as Sura's, if there are anyone around who isn't really yet familiar with both of these gentlemen. But that's neat. Glad to have familiar faces around. Now the stream is not commencing after or continuing after a coffee break. Perhaps later during the weekend. Perhaps not, but there are plenty of other people worth watching if you are not one streaming yourself. If you are, then good for you. But what we've done is play a few games on the ladder. We have focused on not losing units. Well, getting there, I'd like to say. Might take some time, but like sometimes we do these needy retreat actions just to give our units a chance to live for some extra minutes. And spending resources sometimes, yes, and also we try to utilize market if need be. But still, especially in the longer games, as you may have just witnessed, it's very easily the case that that the resource balance goes a bit off, and then we might at some time wake up to the reality where we are floating 4,000 wood while having almost no farmers or something of similar manner, and just moving a few units to do something more clever would be a nice way to balance things out. Well, let's see whether we are still working. Yes. Alright. But more work to be done on that front. We did try the new quality of life farm placement, and it did work, especially during the late game. So shift clicking on top of mill or town center is the way, in case you haven't tried it yourself. So trying to build a farm on top of your town center or a mill while pressing shift will automatically place those farms around the aforementioned buildings. And that's really handy when you want to create, for example, 14 farms, like just somewhere. Just get them down there to move some lumberjacks to do more important work. So far felt good, so give it a try. Analyzing the games we did and rejoicing, and also making and keeping friends along the way. Well, that's a tall promise, but that's something that we are trying to do. We also have learned new things, but I would say that mostly our main challenges are as mentioned before. Without the last game's moments of hapless eco-management where villagers almost died and boars died to town centers, and we ran out of lambs and lost 7 villages to 4 scouts. Without those, I could go as far as say that the early game has improved, but now I have to stay humble and only mention that we are slowly improving on that front, and trying to find the consistency isn't as easy as one might think. Alright, that would be all from my side for the day. Glad to have you around, and I hope to see you all in the future endeavors. And if later today I have time, I'll also try to drop by to see if any of you aforementioned gentlemen, for example, happen to be online. But in any case, let's keep in touch. And all of you whom I may not know even by a nickname, I hope you too enjoy your days, even if we are not easily in touch, perhaps in the future. Okay, take care. Goodbye.